Alright, let's finish this nonsense, shall we? We're here back in the ACC. Big Medic is just kind of wondering what's going on. He's not quite sure. He's just looking around, being confused. And finally, I've lowered my volumes, which people were complaining about. Apparently my stream was too loud, so I just turned everything down a few decibels. Game audio, mic audio. You guys can give me a little bit more feedback on that if necessary. Achilles, thank you for the 20 months. Let's see. Gorlab just gifted his 100th subscription. Nice, Gorlab. Thank you so much. Two Scraggles. Nice. Speaking of 100, Cliptor, 100 months. Thank you so much. Alright. Chapter 2. Race. Race to release the game as soon as possible. And we'll be forced to do something. FOBs. Oh, this one's a big one. Ooh, a network error occurred. Thank you, Fox Engine. Suspending the tutorial for now. Saved. We were saved. Malak just subscribed. Wow, we were saved from the tutorial. Did Dog look at the Intel team tape while we were looking at the Intel team guys? That's too good. A complete disconnect between reality and tapes in this game. Ruminator, thank you so much for the 2 gift subs. Overlap with the gift of sub to Malak of content. Nice, nice. Alright, let's do this nonsense.
Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus' armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment archaea to melt its own body and extract uranium-235 from the depleted uranium in its armor. Those archaea perform the enrichment in an extremely short time. The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus' body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect
So
to
the
find in a
volume
main
level's
battle
good?
tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing.
I guess we can make the game a little bit louder. Dr. Mav got another sub from Gorlab. Thank you, Gorlab. Again, Jurian with the 4 months. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay, the game should be a little bit louder now. Relationships. Nope. Tapes. Tapes over relationships. Besides, you can't even make relationships with this game. It's in the TOS.
I just received word from the R&D team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course. That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own 2 legs this time.
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore. It'll draw unwanted attention without even being a deterrent.
I know.
The weapon's development strut sank 2 feet under that thing's wake. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history. So we can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us, but we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
Damn, it must have been a pretty expensive tape. All those Kiefer words. Believe it or not, it's actually not time for the main courses of Code Talker research tapes. Only a little bit. It'll get much worse later, don't worry. Wait, no, these... Wait, no. Yeah, it's not time yet. We don't have it yet. Don't worry, you'll get to learn a lot more about Wolbachia.
You said that the nuke Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible unless he disengages the lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely.
Precisely. The client simply presses a button. At that moment, the detonator begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way...
The detonator melts down. The same is true if detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is rendered useless.
Who the hell would buy something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually try to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate. And he only intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
Let me guess. He'd claim it was defective and offer a replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to control you like a puppet. This is how he works.
So he has a hand up your ass at all times.
Code Talker. Haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite.
Oh, here we go. Let's blame the end for it.
Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy, life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Spoilers.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain, and yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted exposure to them, to take them into me, but my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research. Would you care to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass. But thanks. This has been helpful.
Wait, where the fuck are all the burger tapes? Shouldn't we have some by now? Are they all in chapter 2? Oh, I thought we would have some by now. Well, here we go.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at
Oh,
last.
Christ.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No, the primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There
Let's
is no way
put on
of
some
knowing
memes.
when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk. When my life is snuffed out, I expect you to treat my body the same way. And when I burn, I will truly be one with my children for the first time. You say there were 3 English vocal parasites.
According to Skullface, yeah.
Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves one. And you tell me Skullface said he used it.
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades. Or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
Close to your spirit. Close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one. Makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain,
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
what about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
There'd be another outbreak.
the final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In the flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
The ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned, they weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction to eradicate specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I could see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. His English language strain. Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain. Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive on it. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too.
Oh my god, Ocelot, put on some pants. Alright, let's move on. These are just music tapes. Too shite. This game's piece of shite. Oh, chapter 2 missions. Chapter 2 structure. Amazing. Filler mission, rehash mission, tapes. Repeat about maybe 5 to 10 times, and then out of nowhere, ending. If you can call it that. Alright, what could go wrong with this mission?
The agent that the CIA had working for them inside OKB-0 has gone missing. We've been given the job of finding and extracting him. The target learned of XOF's plans to use vocal cord parasites and had hidden himself with the CIA's Mujahideen allies. But following Skullface's death, the Soviets retook OKB-0 and all contact with the target was lost. He may have tried to go back to OKB-0, but even Langley isn't sure what's going on. After all, they've never even learned of Skullface's plan. That's probably what they want to get out of the man once he's extracted. But we can't allow Langley to learn of the existence of the vocal cord parasites. That's why I want you to bring the target out, boss. Once we have him, we can report him dead and keep him on base. All contact with Langley is being conducted through a cutout. Our reputation should remain intact. As for the reward, it's already in the hands of the cutout. All you have to do is get the job done. Just like always.
Ah, it's that one mission where you extract the one guy in the desert. Remember? Very important, memorable characters, such as the CIA agent. Okay. Dogden used a 45 caliber revolver. Okay. And oh boy, what's going on here? Keepers, smokes, grenade C4, okay. Maybe Splitter would be a good choice actually, because this car, I mean this mission is best done with a car. And I'm really gonna have to pace myself because that's it. That was Three Dogs' last shift. So it's up to me to finish this, whether it takes 2 hours or 12 hours. We'll see.
Find and extract the missing
I can't not do all the nonsense in the missions though.
Friendly Mujahideen during the vocal cord parasites incident. The man headed back to OKB-0 after the Soviets recaptured it. Check the target's VI on your iDroid.
There's still plenty of bullshit. Don't worry. All the missions were all the nice things. Hey, Date Murphy, thank you for 64 mods. Now, this can easily be done with just D-Horse if you just want to knock people out. 100% effective, no failure rate, but with a car, it's much more entertaining. Because several things can happen if you do it with a car instead. Shit! Alt 51, thank you so much for 5 subs. Oh god. There you go. Phantom driving. There should be a freaking road here somewhere. Wait, wrong way. Took the wrong exit on the highway. Yeah, there's people who do this in real life. Here we go with the best checkpoint, one of the best checkpoints in the game. I'm sure they programmed the cars and walker gears to interact properly with each other, right? Might have to do this a couple more times. Okay, we kinda got the wrong one. Let's do a couple more. That would have done it, but there's more that can happen.
Alive. He might be able to tell us about what went on at OKB-0.
Damn, kinda need more music. Okay. Okay. Ooh, look at this guy. Did he get confused by the wolves? Come on. I'm starting to think it depends on where the camera is looking too. There we go. Fuck. I guess better.
Boss,
There's like 3 or 4 different things that can happen when you hit a walker gear with a car,
what went on at OKB-0.
depending on the exact angle probably. You clip through it, or it blows up, or it gets on your car as a hood ornament. Fuck!
Boss, that's a serious injury.
Finally, a demon.
Boss, you need to
Let's see if we can get it without it blowing up. Although we can always do it after. There's more stuff here. Let's see. We just give him a gentle poke. Just like that. Ah, shit. Damn. They don't always blow up when they get on your car. That's the fun part. But it's safer to do it after the Walker gears have already been blown up.
Boss, you need to extract the target.
So I just want to give him a gentle poke down. Yes.
What went on at OKP-0?
If you do this with D-Horse, you always clip through them and they always get stunned. So it's 100% safe. The car is just more fun. Unintended fun in this game. Hold on. Damn it. Shit! I really didn't need to do that the second time. The first time was enough. And he glitched too. This is one of the best missions in the game.
You need to extract the target alive.
Driving big open world desert with Walker gears. We need more music for this shit, man. Remember, the Battle Gear's main purpose was to be a counter against Walker gears. Meaning that they thoroughly tested Walker gears and decided the Battle Gear was too overpowered. Yep. So you can see. Okay. Let's go.
That takes care of the squad searching for the target. Now you just need to extract him.
This guy's actually injured. He's about to die. But since he's still in the Walker gear, his injury animation doesn't play. But he is slowly dying. So eventually he'll fall off. Just a few more seconds and he should fall off. This is basically the same as when they're on the ground slowly dying, but that animation doesn't play because of Walker gear. Because this game was programmed properly, as you can see. There we go. Still going. Oh, shit. Okay. That was too much to ask, I guess. Where's this asshole? There he is.
Looks like the
I
target.
thought we just stunned him. Get in, you're in for a ride. Now we're gonna go around, blowing these up. Alright, let's see what happens. You thought I was a mess? Very clearly the walker gear is on fire. So, if we move it... but of course, this is how things work when they're on fire. You simply move it out of the fire. Why didn't I think of that before? And then the fire is just there. Of course, does no damage. Finally, I have become a demon with the CIA agent here too. Good game. You haven't unlocked this character yet. But wait, there's more. There's always more. Since there's no battle gear in this game, I will make my own battle gear. Scoop these up, put them together. There's another one. Do we have cargo too? I guess not, but it's okay. Who cares? We can get it for free, basically. Jeez, it's fine. That's just another piece of our battle gear. Just... There we go. Alright, it's coming together nicely now. Where are the other two at? There's one here. Battle gear home. What? We should just little over the place. After a while, the burn marks go away too, because technology. Scoop this up too. Shit. I need some sort of hill or something, maybe. It's already not burnt anymore. There we go. There should be another one somewhere. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hideo Kojima's magnum opus. Ugh. Get the fuck out of here. Should we put one in the back? It's a little complicated to keep it in the back though. Alright, get in. Let's go. Mission complete, and how? I made my very own battle gear. I guess we should drive maybe this way to leave. See, keeping them in the back is a little complicated. Alright. All good. Mission complete. And how? Good game. Nothing to see here. Exactly as Kojima intended.
Mission complete, and how?
S-rank method, by the way. And how?
Boss, the target filled us in on what's been going on. He betrayed the Soviets, passing information to Langley, but got scared after learning XOF used the vocal cord parasites. Then came feelings of guilt that his leak sent comrades to their deaths, and fear that America might deploy such a weapon itself. But in reality, XOF and Langley don't have a collaborative relationship, and Skullface was not working for America. Still, I can't blame the man for being afraid. After laying low with the Mujahideen, he tried to cut his ties with the US and return to the Soviet military. But along the way, someone came after him, and he was forced back into hiding. Could have been remnants of XOF looking to silence him. And you know the rest. He doesn't seem to know much about the parasites, but nevertheless, it'd be too dangerous to hand him over to Langley or the Soviets. We'll keep him here as originally planned.
Shh. Boss, I better advance the plot. With my fucking monotone radio chatter filter voice effect. Just monologuing the loaded screen. Nah. Clearly this is the best way to introduce new concepts, characters, dialogue, and plot points.
Boss, come on back to base.
God, it is absolutely fucking mind-numbing. I don't understand. This is come back to Mother Base. Eli has to stare at you, I think. Yep, this is it. Come back to base. Eli has to stare at you some more. Stare, stare, stare. Walk away a few steps. Stare some more. Walk away. Nowhere to be found. Hey, wait a minute. Hey! Ah, of course. There's no content on Mother Base. Hey, at least we get the Paz Idol though. Who the fuck is Ralph? Imagine introducing people and having names. I know it's a reference to Lord of the Flies, but oh, come on, man. Unbelievable.
Thank you for stopping the infection, boss.
Damn weebs around Mother Base. You guys hear that?
We need more manpower, boss. We're really short-handed.
Who can tell me what that was? And why it happened? Yep. At this point in the game, we only... Fucking hell. I'm being forced to do something. Hold on. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay. At this point, we only have one platform for the command platform. And at this point in Chapter 2, the game is 100% sure that by now, surely you have developed more platforms. So all of the soldiers in Mother Base, all of their shifts change to cover more than one platform. So they start walking as if we had two platforms here. But of course, it's fucking useless to have more than one platform or develop anything in this game, so we never have 2 platforms. As a result, they now try to walk off where there is no platform. And what happens to NPCs that get taken away too far from their assigned area? They get Fultoned automatically. Like, there's no way that guy should be there, for example. So the game can't even do a simple check to adjust the Diamond Dogs patrol fucking routes. So
That would explain
yeah.
everything.
The crane. So surely by now they have 2 platforms. Let's change all the soldiers' movements. Of course not. This game is a fucking mess, man. Like that guy there? No way. No way that guy should be there, for example.
But of course.
So every once in a while you would hear these random screams in the background of people getting Fultoned because they wander too far. This guy's probably really close to being Fultoned too. Yeah, he's probably really close to it. So if we just take him a few steps ahead here. There you go. And that's what happened in the background. Except, I guess it was a grill, because we heard that screaming. She just wandered too far herself. Because of course this game can't manage shit. Anyway. Ooh, that was risky. Let's leave.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
I also used this method to Fulton a kid in a mission. Not that you need to, because there's other ways, but it's funny because Kaz keeps telling you, you don't have the children Fulton. We can't Fulton kids. And then you take a few steps away with them and they get Fulton automatically. Fucking joke. Can I say one good thing about this game, or is it impossible? Are you kidding me? This is one of the most entertaining games to stream for me. When I have the energy for it, because unfortunately I'm pretty sure I lose brain cells every time I play this shit, but it's a lot of fun to stream. It's some of the best meme material in the channel. Are you kidding me? It's a gift that keeps on giving. Even I don't have a complete picture of just how much of a mess this game is. I probably come closer than most people, but I'm pretty sure I still don't know everything. There's something, oh god, this is a big one. We're being forced to do something. We had to lag our way through these tabs, pretend to go visit the FOB until the very end. Okay, now go back. Okay. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Okay, whatever. Tapes. Oh, now we're starting to get burger tapes. Okay. Amazing, let's go.
This is yellow cake that Cypher was having the PF's transport. Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it?
Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist. They must be stored inside yellow cake, where they cannot survive.
So those biological traces we took for impurities were actually the real cargo.
Of course, they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet, they do gradually enrich the uranium as they feed. I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it, too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching Archaea complete with the user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons-grade uranium by the metallic Archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor of the trials. That and the ability to successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the Archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing the metallic Archaea was to save the Dene.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear weapons would save your people?
After 70 years, the Dene reclaimed the Navajo Nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty. But we were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the moment the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the Dene worked them, never informed of any danger. Every day, they went to work with no protection. The slag was simply piled out in the open. When rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than anything to revive the land my forebears left to me, I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
Were you successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale. But nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me. And I believed him. Black Ana forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons. And he held all the Dene hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical resource. To rely on a foreign country for it is a difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
The contamination comes not only from uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough, we are also downwinders. To save the Dene, I must complete my original research.
Some yellow cake after dinner.
Hewitt's
Wait.
dug up some
Shit. I guess we'll do them now.
Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot's that he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway. They eased up on surveillance, giving him an opening to establish his own military unit, one that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway, it was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic parasite the world's ever known isn't microbial. It's linguistic. Words are what keeps civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix. Quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas, little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another, their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot. It is more of a salad bowl. It is not made up from one people, but for its minorities to function in society, a common ground is needed. Language. Even if the country is not one. No, because it's not one, a lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities. In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it. Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However different our neighbors may be, English enables us to create symbiotic relationships with each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one. The one that covers, the parasite that lives on the surface of the skull's bodies, is what gives them their power, similar to my children who live in my skin. I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its surroundings by exposing the pigments in its cells at will. Another that, by harboring multiple species of metallic archaea, can oxidize and reduce metal. Isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium should provide the same abilities as the skulls, but they can only subsist within a human body. Once transplanted into the medium, they will eventually die. Another thing, the weakness of the one that covers is desiccation. Their surface moisture loss is greater than ours. The reason they give off mist is to alleviate this by releasing the salts inside them as microparticles. Water vapor condenses around them, appearing as mist. But this dries out the atmosphere until they cannot even produce mist. And once their supply of water from the host runs out, the parasites are in danger. They, along with their host, enter a form of suspended animation. However, a similar effect occurs if they come into contact with a large amount of water. Rain, for instance, the one that covers will temporarily abandon other processes in his eagerness to absorb the water. Pitijolone. Make the weather your ally. I have spoken enough. Your men can take it from here. Will you permit me to rest? Have something to eat?
I thought you don't eat.
I can subsist without food. But there is more to the act of eating than nourishment. We receive nature's blessings and reaffirm our part in it. And in doing so, we express our gratitude.
Sorry, it's, hearing you say you don't need to eat and that you're part of nature in the same breath. Anyway, what can we get you? Not exactly a five-star restaurant, but the kitchen's used to serving a lot of different appetites.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Even we Dine have become Americanized. I eat them often back home.
And you just can't let them go. Well, as far as symbols of the American Empire go, hamburgers are pretty good. The victory of capitalism. Your people suffered so much at the hands of America, and you asked for hamburgers.
We have suffered more than you can know. But I do not see hamburgers as an accomplice. A single dish, providing a balanced helping of nature's blessings. Meat, grain, and vegetable. How could anyone hate such a magnificent thing?
Says the guy who can survive on photosynthesis. Balance has nothing to do with it. You just like a good burger.
That is also true. Be warned, though. I have very high standards.
Don't worry. I do too. All right then. One good old-fashioned all-American icon coming up.
I look forward to it.
Alright, next. Filler missions. Wait, I think we are... Yep. Just rehash missions. So I believe it is time for... Well, one more tape. And then... Side ops.
You mentioned that the man on fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
The only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up. But I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
Alright. No filler missions. Only rehash missions. It's time to do side ops. And I see Three Dogs already started with these Mother Base guys. Let's continue. Did he also go visit Paz already? Because that's what you need to do that. At least one of those guys. Let's see. I guess we'll find out once we go there. Oh yeah, we should also work on Quiet's bondage level, which is nothing right now. Great. Then we do need the car. Stupid bitch. Ah, yes. Chapter 3. Quiet. Yep. Time for Kiefer's granted impression. Oh, I can't believe we're doing this shit. Oh well, might as well. Oh yeah, we're gonna need cargo too. Remind me to visit the pachinko menu after this mission. Quiet. Okay, just say her name a few times. And then she will shove her tits in Big Maddox's face in the ACC. Great. Wait, come back. You stupid bitch, come back.
Quiet.
I think we do this, what, 6 times?
Quiet.
Oh, don't you start fucking humming.
Quiet. Quiet. Quiet.
Okay, a couple more. And then, before she starts fucking humming forever.
Quiet.
See, oh fuck, I've been forced to do something again. Please, just... Enough. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, cool story. Okay. Okay. See, Quiet, I really, really need you to scout this outpost. Get the fuck out of here. Ooh, the sandstorm. I wonder where this guy is. I sure hope he's not in exactly dead middle of the mission area. Every time. Exactly in the middle of it. Slope engine boss fight. Real quick. Knock her unconscious. You're fighting. You can't do that. Besides, the only reason I'm bringing her along is to get her fucking bond level up. So we can get her stupid ass mission done. So, I don't want to do anything to lower it.
I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago.
Ah man, 40%. Fucking sandstorm. Oh, okay, it's cleared. Still 40%. Still 40%. Still 40%. There you go. That guy just went through. Survive.
Roger that.
Captain Asbag. It's Kojima. You interrupted me to show me battle gear. Battle gear has been completed. Press X to doubt.
Development on that battle gear of his. Get back to Mother Base.
No, I can assure you, nobody finished development in battle gear. This is honestly embarrassing. They should have just removed the whole thing from the game to save face, but no. What a fucking joke. X to Doubt got an anonymous sub. Thank you. Undercover Snatcher with the 74 months earlier. Also, thank you. Wow. It's an empty room. The only two indoor areas of Mother Base. One is not real, it's a hallucination, so it's not even really indoors. And the other one contains battle gear, which was cut from the game. You cannot make this shit up. The only two indoor areas. One is hallucination and the other one is cut content. Why are you showing me this empty room? I'm confused. The only thing in here is Huey shitposting on Twitch chat, trying to convince people that the game is good. Yeah, no, it's not. It's fucking nothing. Let's go. What about where they torture Huey? That room only exists in cutscenes. You can't go there. It doesn't exist.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod.
Of course.
It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm being forced to do something again. Every fucking time you open the iDroid in Chapter 2, this shit happens. Fuck off. Okay.
Roger. This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Well, Shining Lights is basically an on-rails cutscene anyway. It's not like you can ever go back there. Pathetic. Don't worry, recovering the AI pod and the Man on Fire are not important things. They're side ops. Meanwhile, Malak and the General's number 2, those are important. Okay, quiet, get to work, get us a good thumbnail for the stream. Your one use. Damn it, the blur. Of course, the money went somewhere. That's where the money went.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions.
Did you just tell me this?
Head to the central base camp in
Okay.
Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
Parasite, really? Fuck, man. Talking about Afrobeats. FOBs falling for the phone game model meme. Okay.
Be
That's right. So you gotta say quiet 6 times.
Quiet. Quiet.
The best feature of this game is hiring a Hollywood actor with highly advanced face scanning technology for his expressions, and then putting all of his dialogue in tapes where you can't see his face.
Quiet.
They really utilize that face scanning technology really well,
Quiet.
putting it all in tapes.
Quiet.
Why the fuck? That's not even.
Quiet.
Okay, one for good measure.
Quiet.
I think the frames are abandoning us, understandably. We good? Shit, I forgot the pachinko. I forgot to go into the pachinko menu. Fuck it, let's just do it now. Pachinko time. Hit the lever. Look at all the free shit this game gives you. Imagine wasting time Fultoning people in outposts. This is more than enough for anything that you'll ever need to complete the game. So, yeah, text is gonna be there a while. But hopefully now we can do Cargo 2 for Code Talker's Wolbachia Parasite born hentai containers. Let's see. There we go. Imagine Fultoning people. And this is without even the online stuff. The online stuff is even worse. It's much more OP. But I don't like depending on it because, you know, one day it will be gone. Of course, poof. This is just in-game pachinko menu. And get the fuck out of my way. Oh, interesting. Oh my god, quiet, fuck off. Those scout over here. Thank you. See, we really need to scout that outpost over there. Did we get the tape here? Yeah, I think, no, it's the other one. It's only time will tell, but it's okay. Where the fuck did I go? Okay, we're here. Here comes Big Medic, Master of IT. That's a sturdy computer. All that. IT department head, Big Medic. Of all the crazy things that we folded in this game, that's not one of them. Okay.
AI pod launch confirmed.
Big Medic programmed it to fly to Mother Base, clearly.
Pick it up. I wonder what kind of secrets are buried in it.
Now it breaks.
We learned something. Got a report from the intel team.
And here is a whole bucket of tapes
Remember how the man on fire was crushed by Sahelanthropus?
and a new side op.
Well, the Soviets recovered his body. Could he really be dead? Boss, head for Yaha Ohu's supply outpost.
Ooga
and secure
booga
the
supply.
man on fire's body. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Vulcan.
Oh no, I seem to be in a bit of a pickle. What should I do? This guy's about to... Bye, bitches. In midair. Anyway, where was I? Clearly, the Man on Fire and the AI pod, Emmerich, yeah, all these are side ops. Clearly. Also, this is the side op with. Oh, we can't bring fire for this one because she'll just make it worse. But this is the famous gas people. The gas people mission. But wait, tapes. Oh God. Origins of Chode Talker. Alright, get comfy. We'll put on the... Wait, which memes do we have right now? Ah. Very nice. Where is the toilet? I forget.
There's something I've been wondering. Why are you called Code Talker? During World War II, the U.S. military used the languages of different tribes, including the Navajo, as codes, right? I know the term Code Talker was used to mean people sent to the battlefield to speak in those codes. Were you one of them?
Our mother tongue was indeed used for war. But I did not go. I was already over the conscription age. However, I was made to help craft the codes that were spoken. So in a wider sense, you could call me a code talker for that. Navajo is a complex language, and virtually no one outside the US speaks it. They must have thought it was the perfect language to use as a code.
Yeah, in the end, the Japanese never cracked it. The cipher is king in information warfare.
Of course, they didn't simply speak in Navajo. They created substitutions for words according to a code book, and then translated those into our language. Young Diné was sent to the front lines of the Pacific Theater as code talkers. To fight is an honor for the Diné. They were the pride of our people. But I cannot say this history brings me joy. Words are alive. When they are spoken, life is breathed into them. They become a part of the listener. Our words were transformed into lifeless ciphers and used for war. This, after the Black Ana spent generations suppressing the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I guess we shouldn't be calling you Code Talker, huh?
No, I do not mind. The reason Skullface called me Code Talker was because I also am responsible for coding language into the vocal cord parasites. I am the same as those young warriors, used for a cipher's sake. I must never forget that. The name, Code Talker, is a lesson carved into my being.
You said Skullface ordered you to weaponize the vocal cord parasites. But you also said he wasn't the reason.
And he wasn't. I was seduced by the parasites, That is a fact.
How? You mean from your curiosity as a scientist?
That I cannot deny. But there is more to it. The story goes back to the 19th century, to my earliest memory. One day, a man from the government visited our Hogan, our home. I cried as he yanked me from my mother's arms and took me away to an Indian boarding school. From that day forward, I became George. This was the name my teacher gave me. I was forced to give up my Diné name, forbidden from speaking anything but English. If we dared utter a word of filthy Navajo, the teacher made us eat a bar of soap.
Yeah, that was the U.S. government's education policy for Native Americans.
To erase our words was like erasing our people. Their education was tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Over time, the overt persecution of our language stopped. But to this day, it continues to be eaten away by the lingua franca, that is English. Many of the Diné outside the reservations can speak nothing else. And it isn't just our language. Across the world, minority languages are being destroyed by dominant languages. Many are on the verge of extinction.
Enter the vocal cord parasites.
Yes, I began thinking that minority languages needed some sort of deterrent against dominant languages. In order that their peoples and cultures would survive. It was then that I came across literature at the Foundation claiming that man acquired language thanks to a type of parasite, one that distinguishes between languages as a precursor to reproduction. If I could just resurrect it, make it more pathogenic, I would have my deterrent against English. But I failed to hide that aim from Skullface. He noticed. Yes, I wanted to retaliate against the English language, though never did I intend to actually use it as he planned. You know how the story ends. I was forced to study how to make the parasites compatible with all the world's languages. All but English.
However, he in fact secretly isolated an English strain.
I will not be held prisoner by the man's phantom. The English strain must not be allowed to exist either. A ruler's greatest wealth is not money or land. It is the number of individuals under his control. Subjects who work, consume, are there to be used as pawns in war. For a capitalist ruler, his people's power becomes his power. You are the same. With your diamond dogs, you spin it with your speeches. But what you're doing is bringing as much talent as you can into your little domain. Every person and other
That would explain everything.
Since ancient times, every civilization's ruler has
Damn,
had the
that shit is
same
loud now.
idea. When people unite under one will, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And the one will is the ruler's will. And what do rulers use to bring people together? Language. In the Old Testament, it is written that only one language was spoken in Eden. A shared tongue that united all of humanity. Mankind eventually grew aware of its power and harnessed that strength to build a tower to the heavens. The mighty Tower of Babel. This angered God, who splintered the language of man, and the
Nice
tower
subtitles.
was never completed. Languages emerged, and the earth was divided as men went their separate ways. Every age is the same. A ruler's first order of business, after conquering new land, is to force his tongue on its people. Ancient Rome, Napoleon, and now Zero. English is wreaking havoc around the world right now. The British Empire tilled the land with war as its hoe, then began planting the seed that is English. Eventually, American capitalism became the new instrument. To play its game of wealth, you only had to abide by one rule: English. By exploiting people's desires, English has become a leash that people gladly wear around their necks, it would seem.
Okay. Next important side op. The famous Gas People mission. Hey guys, let's make a game that cannot render more than 12 people at once. And then proceed to put more than 12 people in this outpost. Good idea. Send it. Okay, Quiet cannot come with us. Okay, we're actually gonna have to do a little bit of sneaking here. Because like I said, there's a lot of people. More than the game can handle. Naturally. Well, we'll see what happens. If only I played this game right, could render more than 12 people. Yeah. All these fools down. Whole bunch of these guys. Come on. Let's see. It might look clear right now, but the gas people are about. Gotta get started. Here we go. Where's the guy here? Nah, the remake definitely won't be in the Fox engine. No way. Fox engine is long dead and buried. But who knows, maybe there'll still be some nonsense in it. My favorite song. This game is poop poop. I know this game is poop.
Я не хочу умирать!
I bought a copy of MJ's. It could be anywhere. Oop. This game is poop. This game is poop poop. This game is poop poop poop. Fuck. They're all up now. Hold on, maybe we can still save it. Ooh, probably not. Nope. I'm pretty sure that guy didn't exist before, but
Snake, are you
the
okay?
gas people are among us. Yeah, that sucks. We were almost at the end there, but this game is poop poop. This game is poop poop poop. At least they're marked now. We were almost done. Almost. That guy probably was just a far cloud I didn't notice. Well. It's okay, I usually have to do it at least a couple times because of this nonsense. Kinda wish we had more music, but whatever. Shit happens. Especially when you can't render more people. Alright, then I didn't notice him. Wait. Wrong thing. God. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? They all started grunting at the same time? Good game. It's like they all got hit by the smoke and started grunting because of it. What the shit? Whoa, 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 what the hell is going on, man? Okay. You never know. Oh shit. Shit. Has been fart clouded by this guy. Oh man, they're all here. Oh. Another fart person. There we go. Okay, we only have like a few minutes to get these guys in order. Shit. You coming? Ooh. Is he? Okay, he's asleep. Another gas person there. Look at that guy.
The enemy's given up their search for you. But they're not giving the all clear just yet. Stay alert.
Wait, what the fuck am I doing?
Я не хочу умирать!
Careful with the gas people.
Я не хочу умирать!
It was sex song. How dare you? Go back to sleep. Nowhere close. Alexander Brandon's shit is miles ahead of this, please. Unless maybe you're talking about new to sex. Maybe. Then yeah, I can see that. He changed his mind, but he turned a little bit. Oh shit. I wonder if that fart cloud is awake or not. 2 fart clouds there. Where's the other one? It moved. It was right here. Shit. Oh, maybe that's him. Yeah, that must have been the other fart guy. Ooh, hello. This guy on the airplane.
Я не хочу умирать!
Oh, that guy. Oh shit. This is actually a challenge, man. There's fucking invisible teleporting people. Of course, it takes much longer than 5 days to show all the nonsense in this game. A game-changing triumph. Yep. Another 2 fart clouds here. Ooh. Is he there before? Hold on, I'm gonna look at the stream real quick. Almost done. One fart cloud here, one over there. Almost there.
Я не хочу умирать!
I'm scared now. Seems sus. Respect my intelligence as a player. Hey, that's gotta be one of the best reviews. The marker doesn't even appear because the guy doesn't appear. I can put that marker all day. Nothing. New friends. You know what? We should have put him in the truck. The Reddit guys. You know that little red flashing light on the antenna? Sometimes soldiers get that flashing light on their heads with no antenna. Even Mother Base soldiers, MSF guys in the world, those 10 guys that you find, sometimes they have that fucking red light on them. The game doesn't give a fuck. What could it be? This is a little dangerous, but we should be mostly clear now. There's only one guy by the tower there who will not render. So even if I mark him, it does nothing. Hey Dana, thank you for $5 for being organized. Yeah, look how neat they are. Neatly stacked. Okay, we'll leave the last guy over there.
Я не хочу умирать!
The phantom guy. Look at all these markers. Okay, here we go. Hold on, the sound effects are important for this. See what happens when we go there. Okay, now we're up. Hear that sound? Yeah, okay. There's a marker on the map, but none in gameplay. And every time we open this, we get the area clear radar sound effect that does not even exist. Hey, Frankie Zappa, thank you for the 36 months. Where actually is this guy? Aha. Oh, I see. Never trust the sound effect. Good game. What is wrong with this game? Good question. Philanthropy. Okay. I'm just enjoying the game's content, man. I don't know. Here we go. All the clowns. Alright, save spot just for you. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. TV license. That's a good one. Alright. Let's count. Actually, I don't need to count. I already know that these are 12 guys, because the game can't render more than those. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the others are all far clouds. So depending on which ones I'm closest to, see now that these guys are rendering, the guys on the other side are not rendering. They're far clouds. So it's important to understand that this is constantly going on in the game. I just made it easier to notice by putting all of these guys together. But depending on where you take a step, this guy might render and that guy might not render. If you're in an outpost and there's more than 12 people in it, you take a step that way, those guys render, those guys don't, and then you move again and those guys render and those guys don't. This is constantly going on throughout the game. Even if they're awake, even if they're, supposedly there should be walls in between the player or distance between the players and the enemies so that you don't notice, but in a good game it would be done in a way that's not noticeable to the player, but here we are. Tony weighing with 90 months resub, thank you. Pina Cesar, thank you for the prime sub. Caesar, thank you. So this is nothing more than a PS3 game that happens to run at 1080p 60 FPS on PS4. It's no different than all of those remastered PS3 games, like, I don't know, Last of Us PS4 version, you know, Uncharted remasters, whatever the fuck. All of those PS3 games that were re-released on PS4 at 60 FPS 1080p. So of course they didn't advertise it that way, but it's the exact same thing. This is a PS3 game that happens at higher resolution, that runs a higher resolution than frame rate on PS4, but that's it. So here we are. If you ever wanted, I don't know, mother base facilities that actually feel alive, outposts that aren't fucking joke, indoor areas, or, you know, factions fighting each other on the field like there's supposed to be a fucking war going on here. If you wanted any of that, of course it's not possible. The platforms of Mother Base have those long ass bridges in between them because the game can't render things, so they put them as far away as possible so that when the player moves, what renders is moving with you. It's basically a circle around the player at a certain distance. So, and for all the people praising that this game runs well on toaster, on a shit PC or whatever, it's because it's fucking empty. That's the only reason this game runs on a toaster. It's because it's fucking empty. How the fuck do you make an open world game that cannot render more than 12 people, with bases, with supposedly factions, supposedly, you know, facilities, things that they literally could not have done any of that because you cannot render the amount of people even needed to make anything feel even remotely alive. And then they had the happy idea to make outposts with more than 12 people, and then this happens. So it's constantly going on around you. So if you ever felt like there's a guy that maybe spawned out of nowhere behind you and wasn't there before, that very well might have happened. Maybe he was a fart cloud that you didn't notice, and then you take a step here, or you take a step there, and they spawn. So in order to even make this feel alive at all, and have the required environment, facilities, NPCs, and all that stuff, it wouldn't even be possible at all with this shit engine. They would have to just completely scrap the whole thing from the beginning and start over. Meanwhile, of course, in MGS2, you can have 60 Marines in one room. In MGS3, I've already confirmed that... Ooh, sandstorm. Hold on. And frames... for Kojima to embezzle the budget to make Silent Hills, pay Norman Reedus and Del Toro and whatever the fuck else, and PT, yeah. This is what happens. MGS2, 60 Marines in one room. MGS3, there's at least 13 NPCs when you're looking for Rykov and Groznygrad. Peace Walker, you start the game, there's already 17 NPCs on the beach seeing each other in the tutorial during gameplay. Meanwhile, next generation of my asshole can't do more than 12. 12 is the magic number. Okay. Thanks, Fox Engine. They really had their priorities straight when they made this. Yeah, at least you can do this. No, Pequod, you don't. I can assure you, have you not seen the meme videos of FOB soldiers spawning out of nowhere in a fart cloud? I can assure you there's not more than 12 rendered at any given time in this game. And FOBs have many problems with exactly this, because the areas are even more restricted and they're even more packed with soldiers. that at a certain spawn room or spawn whatever point line when entering a certain platform, and then when they send reinforcements, they send them all at once, and they all appear at that edge of the platform, and they all appear in a group of farts because of this. I've seen it happen many, many times. I did do a few FOBs back in the day, but also seen videos of anybody who's done FOBs for more than 5 minutes can tell you that happens when they call reinforcements. Anyway, what shall we do? Could put him in the truck, but that was kind of disappointing last time when we did that. Yeah, they can spot you with their farts. They can move around. They can wake people up. They can radio for support. They can, but when they get close to you, most likely it will be some of the between. You know, they will be among the 12 closest to you, so they start rendering suddenly. I wonder what if these guys are not rendering here, can they? It's probably not gonna work. Right, let's try it. The truck stopped way too early. Maybe with Mobility 3 you can do this. Just barely. Fuck it. What if... Oh boy. Okay, it dropped it here, so we just make those guys not render. Shit, that guy's in the middle though. Welp. I'll count their brown farts. No, they actually look like green brownish poop farts. Holy shit, where did that guy go? Then the guys are just rendered, they're just fine. So I can grenade these guys, and the two that are not rendering there, they're fine, or three, I guess. Okay, now we have enough. Oh shit, they rendered on top of the tank. No. Oh my. Shit! Wait! No! Okay, I'm glad I tried this because this is new. Hold-ups on the tank main gun. Shit. Sorry. I think we lost that guy, but maybe the other's fine. The other two are fine. Oh my. No! Oh, fuck. Wait, get back on. There you go. So we can go on a little trip with these guys. Okay, next order of business, drop a tank on the fart people and this happens. Where could we take them? Not too far, because of course they'll get Fultoned. So... Ah. But of course. Hold on. No, 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 no. Don't drop him. Shit. And maybe there's something funky you can do with this, but it's my first time. Pick him up. Fuck this game, man. It's always something new. Okay. I think when you get out of the tank, the turret, yeah, realigns. If only it didn't. Maybe... I think he doesn't care about the recoil. Okay. Oh, now he's upright. Ah, shit. I think we should Fulton the tank. Oh, wait, do I not have... Oh, Cargo 2 was developed when I finished this, but we can just do this. What?
You gonna extract him?
What? He really did get extracted. Cool. It just disappeared instantly. Okay. So I'm glad at Fight 2 to drop a tank on the unrendered guys. Got something worth checking here. Let's go finish this bullshit. Oh, are they up now? How? Oh, maybe someone got stunned. And then, oh shit, that's actually dangerous. Oh, that guy. Alright, mission complete, and how? Oh, wait, this guy's still knocked out. He's already in the coffin. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, he's dead. Okay. Let me push his leg in. Come on. There you go. Ah, shit, his arm. I don't think we're gonna be able to do that one. Oh, maybe. Nah. Maybe we can just... That doesn't didn't work too well. I'm trying to give this guy a proper burial, but the Fox engine won't let me. Oh well, let's watch these guys disappear. Also, this is the only instance of Volgin moving without Mantis around, so I must conclude that Big Medic is just ripping balls here. It's all a dream. It's just a dream. Haha, I troll you. It was just a hallucination. Just like the Paz thing. Yeah, he also kind of looks way too young here, but whatever. It's Big Medic's hallucinations, so who gives a shit, right? Didn't even grab his dick to confirm. The most realistic. Sure. Should have made the dick emblem for this. And then Ocelot says like 2 things about him, and it's over forever. No more. I'll just keep it on the quarantined platform. Okay. Probably another incomplete storyline that goes nowhere.
I barely recognize you, Colonel. Skullface used your thirst for revenge against Big Boss, did he?
Hey, they misspelled the quarantine platform.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your
Some
Android.
new filler missions. Are you sure they're not even new? So that's it. That's the end of the Volgin storyline in the cage on the quarantine platform. This is the extent of interaction that you get with him. Okay. Genius. Yeah, and during Shining Lights, he's not even there anymore. Welcome to the Diamond Dogs quarantine facility. Where, oh, I guess now would be a pretty good time for... No, because there's no soldiers around when you first do this. Damn. We would have to come back manually. That sucks. Probably because of the little cutscene there. Takes too much memory to have soldiers. Fuck. Okay. Now would be a pretty good time to show the many wonders of the quarantine facility.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Okay. There's a bunch of missing E's in this series for some reason. That's just one of them.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Kojima clearly wanted you to feel the phantom pain of the missing E. It's not an oversight, guys. You don't understand Kojima's genius. I'll take that logic and apply it to literally every other oversight nonsense that I find in this game. You see why it quickly becomes useless. Oh, what the fuck? We got a cutscene by going to the ACC? Isn't this supposed to be when you come back? Oh, because maybe when you go from... That's weird. What the fuck? Who did this? Who did what? You can't even tell what the fuck this cutscene is about.
This is our home.
What is their problem? What's going on?
How can we let this happen?
What? Let what happen?
Guess it's time to increase security.
What?
Just give me the order.
Look at all this damage.
Who did this?
Who did what? You dumb fuck.
We know where they're based. Even have a route mapped out. We're ready to strike back. Say the word.
So this is the FOB failure to defend FOB cutscene. It has nothing to do with Mother Base because Mother Base is not the FOB that gets attacked. But yet they're like, who did this? Look at all this damage. Huh? What?
No matter how many times we talk to him, he just won't listen. He sees everything in terms of victory or defeat and still won't accept that you beat him. We're gonna have to put him in his place. Again. If you don't mind, come back to Mother Base and go another round with him.
Come back to Mother Base. Something really fucking weird happened. I went back to the ACC and the game put me back on the command platform. And then that scene triggered. Like, when you go from the quarantine platform to the helicopter, it doesn't put you here automatically, does it? I was just gonna go back there, show you guys yet more nonsense, but
Roger.
I'll have to try that again, I guess. No way.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at
You can't even tell what the fuck this cutscene is about if you don't know about it already. Okay.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
And then we got that call about coming back to Mother Base. Like, what's going on?
Gaining altitude.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, so going to the quarantine platform, which yes, and mostly everywhere else they spelled it right. So I don't know what the fuck their problem is with this, but okay. DS2, maybe. Not really excited. How the fuck can you be excited about anything Kojima now? This game's killed my excitement for gaming in general. But maybe, if we get bored enough, why not? Although, I'd rather replay him just 1 to 500 times. Alright. Quarantine facility. Welcome back. So... where are all the soldiers at? Why is there no people right now? That's weird. It should be. Did Three Dog actually do the fucking Congo thing he did, didn't he? Maybe he wants to keep true to the game's lore, but it's fucking useless. So I'd rather show that detail that it's fucking useless. But I don't know if it actually influences whether there's soldiers here or not. Ah, for some reason we're not getting anybody here. Is it maybe a glitch altogether when there are people here, which has happened to me pretty much every single other time that I play this game? Because that might actually explain why if you kill some of your men here in this platform, it doesn't give you a game over. The game doesn't give a fuck. Unlike every other platform. That's what I was going to show, but I'm starting to think that maybe there shouldn't be people at all on here. And every other time I've played, I was playing the game wrong, clearly. So they showed up in here. Oh, is it? Maybe it could be because it's too late in the story. You definitely want to do it before Shining Lights. But... maybe, okay. Maybe it's just too late in the story. Or it could be too early as well, because right before Shining Lights, you can do it. So you either do it when the pandemic is still going on the first time, or maybe when the second one shows up. Maybe that's it. Okay, so there's no man here right now. Okay, fuck it. It would have been nice to do it right as we leave, after dropping off Volgin. That's okay. There's plenty of other shit to do. Well, there's plenty of other nonsense to show, I should say. There's a whole lot of nothing in this game.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
But those brains are hard to work.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Patch typos.
Gaining altitude.
Yeah, right. We just did the fart people, which is why we have Volgin here. That outpost with Volgin is a pretty good one for fart people. But it happens in a bunch of places. Just remember, next time, if you're unlucky enough to play this game, the fart people are out there. Alright, what other bullshit do we have? Tapes. We still haven't... We're near, but we still haven't played the main course of Parasite tapes. I think. But it's coming. It's coming soon.
Volgan, the GRU colonel, was burned alive with a Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago. Despite suffering severe burns to his entire body, he still clung to life. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgan's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow, but modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the colonel was any ordinary man to begin with. That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will, to be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgan was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground, and Volgan's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, you brought his plans for a utopia down in flames. That grudge is what's keeping him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgan burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgan awoke in that facility. According to the Research Institute's documents, the gifts this boy demonstrated included psychokinesis and telepathy. To protect his mind from being inundated with other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This boy is part of a new age, where nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down.
So what were they doing at Enzoya Badia, Baloo? That facility with all the people laid out in rows?
The abandoned factory Shabani was held in. It is precisely as you guessed. Black Anna was coding languages into the vocal cord parasites. They infected the subjects with the parasites, then made an incision in the throat to expose the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language directly to the parasites. And the parasites learn the languages that way. That's some teaching method. I just don't get how a bunch of bugs had the brain power for it. They don't. Do not judge them by human standards. They do not learn as a function of intellect.
Then how do they do it?
What language the parasites react to is coded into their genes. You could expose the Japanese strain to English for years, and it would never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different. But what about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same.
So it's a literal case of a mother tongue. But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains can be created in the first place.
Well, among the many thousands of offspring, There may be just a few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct. Playing the tapes helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children, specimens that react more strongly to Portuguese can again be selected and bred. Repeating this process creates a strain that reacts solely to Portuguese and never to Spanish. Mutation and selection. No different to breeding roses.
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience.
More like patience. Just how many died for this?
There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of guinea pigs. There's no way you could do that in a facility that small.
For normal selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection method when training the vocal cord parasites.
Go on.
It is not only when mating that the parasites listen for language. Shortly before hatching, larvae display markedly increased activity.
I could not believe they
in
came up with
reaction
this
to
shit.
particular language. The active eggs can be identified under a black light. So the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects.
That would explain everything.
Narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so, many lost their lives to create the various strains.
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes for the parasites. One, to isolate the eggs that respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to language before they even hatch? It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique songbird. The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful call it has. But no bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females. So naturally, there are individual differences in each bird's call. Though they start on the same footing, each bird is influenced by its teachers.
And the parasites are the same?
Like the birds, the parasites have a genetic predisposition towards a particular language. But while in the egg, the larvae's ears are tweaked by listening to the voice of the host. This tweaking ensures that the grown parasites will react better to the host's speech pattern.
Why would they have an ability like that?
Well, there are distinct regional differences within even the same language. Rare is the language that has no unique dialects. Yes, learning the host's speech pattern before hatching attunes the larvae to whatever twist of pronunciation it will encounter. This adaptive ability is what makes them so formidable.
I see. So a language requires selective breeding, but the parasites can learn dialects by themselves.
Of course, having the egg-stage larvae listen to the tapes in the factory was not meant to teach them. It was more important to use that trait of theirs to identify the mutated strains. As I mentioned earlier.
Is that really accurate enough to use as a weapon? You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
What you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers. But for his purposes, they are good enough. His objective was not to exterminate any one ethnic group, but to render the world's lingua franca, English, inert.
Hey, Donker Gamer, did you just misspell your name once and just roll with it after? Thanks for $5. Why is this game just one big meme? Because Kojima embezzled the money. He didn't want to make Metal Gear. He wanted to hire Hollywood actors to make Silent Hills. Nice. We survived these next few tapes. However, let's see. Rehash mission. Here we go. Filler mission. This one's actually one of the worst ones because it gives you a little bit of insight of what should have happened with XOF. Apparently, they talk about it quite a bit. Rescue Code Talkers will Bakia Hentai.
Boss, research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents,
Really?
Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands.
That's pretty big news.
According to Code Talker,
XOF chain of command restored.
That mansion account for
We're
over
coming.
50 years of study.
Okay.
The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power. Recover the containers before the enemy extraction choppers arrive.
Holy shit, that's pretty big. XOF still active. Zero gets the parasites now. Their chain of command has been restored. Is it time to fight them? No, but that time will come, just not yet. All things in this mission that are complete bullshit, of course. Blisk now, thank you for the prime sub. Feel the roots. Feel my ass. Code Talker pretending to be the end or some shit. Ocelot telling you about the time to fight XOF will come, but not now. Soon, don't worry. Any day now. Chapter 3. God only knows how much shit was supposed to be there with XOF. Clearly on the island with Eli, but who knows what else.
Code Talker's research has
It's
been
in some
stolen.
drawer in the Konami building.
Materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by Zero Wisp Security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development.
It's the one mission that actually requires cargo too. But it doesn't matter because the game gives you all that free shit. It's pretty late in the game. Here's the closest thing to another horse in the wild. The wild asses. Pick the horse, make us D-mule. Nice. A wild ass. Stock sounds. Anyway, they're like here and here, some shit. Let's go get them. It's a situation.
Boss, looks like they're stepping up security around the target.
Here we go.
Watch yourself. Visibility in the jungle isn't great. Watch out. You could run into the enemy at any time.
Delish. Feel my ass.
The branches become one with the
With my
forest.
asshole.
The forest is aware of the enemy's noise.
Yes, yes.
Must be too.
Cool story, bro. Look at this guy shooting the decoy in the middle of the alert.
That leaves one target to go.
The AI is so great that
The
you
next one.
take care of the next one from Ground Zeroes.
Our early warning
You
radar
shoot-
just picked up the enemy chopper.
All of this is from Ground Zeroes.
Informed of their ETA.
Um,
Hurry up and extract
you can throw a decoy in the middle of an alert in front of them,
on the XOF
and they'll
choppers.
switch targets.
If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself.
Tell me more.
Time will come, but it's not now.
Oh my god, we cannot declare war on Cypher. That time will come, but not now. Not now. Don't worry. Get the fuck out of here, you clowns. Okay. Bye. Sorry.
Target extraction confirmed. Time to go.
Wild ass. Wild ass times 2.
Mission complete, and how?
And how?
Boss, we got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now.
Wow. Imagine hinting so much at things happening with XOF in Chapter 2 to make a filler mission out of it. And of course it's an S rank. Did you see the AI in this game?
Boss,
Why do you think I play so casually? Just scroll around, chuck a grenade, get the thing, leave.
A corpse. Human.
Uh-oh.
The pod maintained a low
It's-
internal
ah.
temperature the whole time. And very
It's
little
time.
outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
The time has arrived for the main course of the Parasite tapes.
Yes, Strangelove was doing AI research in that lab.
Why hide that until now?
Why? Okay, so what? I wasn't working alone. You've got to understand. You do understand, right? I didn't want to drag her into this. It's my load to bear, alone.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you.
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
Me? I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside and waited for her to die?
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She climbed inside that pod and shut the door. It can't be opened from the outside. It was suicide. Suicide, I said. She killed herself. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right. Me? Kill her? What is wrong with you?
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
I've never seen his face.
What do you take us for?
They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Strangelove said so.
And his name?
We called him Hal, even though I never saw his face.
Guys, if you thought the Parasite bullshit was bad, it only gets worse. Here we are. The main chunk of Parasite research tapes. It is absolutely ridiculously mind-numbing and appalling that they researched, wrote, translated, recorded, edited, directed this to be in the game. But here we are, and we gotta let people know what's going on in this game. Look, they look like movie titles, like the Parasites movies. Genesis, Revival, The Final Form. Yeah, the Cleansing Parasite Project. Alright. Let's turn our brains into mush with this nonsense. This is where the time went, and other questionable choices in this game. Let's go.
I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at least. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends, and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the radical sides will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea that retaliation could eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To cipher the organization, this is probably their main use. Man thinks in words, or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nishone means beautiful in Navajo, but the image that comes to mind when we say Nishone differs from the Blagana's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Nishone has its roots in Diné culture. If we lose the word Nishone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it, just as Orwell indicated years ago. Cypher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could also be streamlined under English. Cypher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need to do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If people know they risk their lives speaking such languages, they will flock to the lingua franca that is English. Cypher need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all, they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education, film, commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at young Diné. Some of them have already lost their grasp of the Navajo language. It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language. Unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat, he could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract a female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure on the human host vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a certain sound pattern, something like a warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other host pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through his host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated his host, but it was probably through smell. Smells traveled directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious. The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern. Even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival, those individuals that excel in them produce offspring, and it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated, and in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein that, due to its appearance, is called forkhead box protein P2, or FOXP2. Activating this transcription factor led to the development of brain function capable of creating sophisticated frequency changes. This was the pinnacle of the vocal cord parasite's prosperity. However, this sophisticated pronunciation control was too useful for man to ignore. Once human sexual activity ceased to be only seasonal, and having lost pigment-based sexual characteristics, distinctive vocalizations became the most effective means for humans to attract mates as well. Combined with logic pathways hardwired into the brain, or universal grammar, it was not long before advanced communication was possible. This was the birth of language. Luckily for man, it was around this time that a particular retrovirus was circulating. While not lethal, it infected not only man, but the vocal cord parasites as well. It is presumed that this virus removed part of the parasite's DNA and reverse transcribed it into man's reproductive cells. It was a vector. Among the genes it transcribed were the ones responsible for the production of language. The vocal cord parasite's vocalization genes were written into the human genome. The parasites were no longer of any use to man now. Man could use his voice as he pleased, when he pleased, hindering the parasite's courtship vocalizations. Having lost their opportunity to reproduce, the parasites died out, leaving behind only the transcribed genes. The vocal cord parasites were once in symbiosis with man. Its genes even became a part of his. Humans and parasites are extremely close. As such, it will be extremely difficult for man's immune system to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. Even cutting them out will be no simple matter, which is exactly why these ethnic cleansing parasites are such a formidable weapon. The rise of the vocal cord parasites goes back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. At that time, they were not even parasites, but predatory autotrophs. They are believed to have been the common ancestor to the Pentastamida, and the Cyclops genus of copepods. However, Earth's environment underwent a violent change at the end of the Permian period. The cause is unclear, but evidence suggests that over 90% of the Earth's organisms at that time died out. The most pronounced threat to the proto-parasites was the severe reduction in oxygen concentration. The result was cladogenesis, a splitting that gave birth to a new strain that could parasitize other organisms' respiratory apparatus. This survival tactic helped lower their oxygen consumption, and inhabiting the throat kept them securely in contact with inhaled air. The best survivors were those that parasitized the reptiles that flourished at the time. Entering the Triassic period, the reptiles evolved into dinosaurs, and the proto-parasites shared in their success. Dinosaurs developed respiratory organs called air sacs to adapt to the low oxygen environment. These in particular helped the proto-parasites thrive. But another trial awaited them. The end of the Triassic period saw another drastic change in the Earth's environment. For most parasites, the male and female take the same host. Many are, in fact, hermaphrodites. Originally, the vocal cord parasites were as well. But for any strain to ride out a severe environmental change, it must secure a steady pool of genetic diversity. Another split. Now the newest strain procreated with mates found in other hosts. And in order to increase its encounters with those mates, the new strain utilized the voice of its host. They came to inhabit the host's vocal cords. This truly was the birth of the vocal cord parasite. The parasites developed the host's pharynx to form resonating chambers, and used them to produce sophisticated mating calls. The relatively upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped pharynx was more suited to the development of resonating chambers. These developments ushered in a time of great prosperity for the parasites. But for the third time, the parasites had a major hurdle to overcome. The meteorite impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs. With their hosts extinct, the vocal cord parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds. As genetic successors to the dinosaurs, with functioning air sac apparatus already in place, birds were the perfect choice. But the parasites could not survive in birds that flew at high altitudes with thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to produce sophisticated sounds. The syrinx responsible for chirping. This is the proof that points to activation of FOXP2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with a rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers. At first, vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have already described. People took the vocalizing prowess given them by the parasites and made it language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers Project was sure to succeed. After all, The parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet, it is what I have done. I learned of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Foundation. It was little more than a theory. The question was, why does only Homo sapiens among all primates have highly developed language? Human versus everything else. The missing link between these was the mystery that gave rise to this theory. I was fascinated by the idea of their existence. In the Dene creation myth, the Neyo Dene, who first inhabited the world, were insect-like creatures. I came to imagine that those insect-like creatures could be humans living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites. But I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is when Skullface came to me. What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasites really existed. And not only did they exist, they had already been brought back to life in the modern age. An ancient human cadaver, host to the parasites of the time. Cypher excavated such a cadaver from a permafrost region and isolated the DNA coding of the vocal cord parasites. Naturally, they were long dead and could not be brought back, but there was an alternate vessel they could use. A relative species of the Pentastomida discovered in China. It had adapted to live in the nasal cavity of animal hosts, but its genetic sequence showed signs of common ancestry with the vocal cord parasites. Ontogenesis, a path of an organism to maturity, is like a roadmap of the phylogenetic evolution of the entire strain. Cypher used this to effect a reverse evolution of the modern parasite and resurrect the vocal cord parasites. They interposed a developmental mechanism to the ontogenetic stage analogous to when the relative species first appeared, the point at which it split from the vocal cord parasites, forcing its evolution down the other path, the vocal cord parasite path. The larvae this produced by the vocal cord parasites, reborn. I do not know in detail how Cypher accomplished this, but clearly they have access to high-level genetic technologies. Skullface said it was the work of a genius woman scientist, and that the relative species in question was first discovered by a group once called the Philosophers. I was tasked with modifying the resurrected parasites. He charged me with two demands. First, to add lethality to these organisms that had once lived in peace with man, by unleashing the larvae's latent desire to consume nutrients from the host's lung tissue, making them eat and eat until the lungs were destroyed. Second, to have both male and female inhabit the same host and copulate then and there, only when exposed to specific pronunciations continuously over an extended time. What he would do to the Dene if I failed. I had no choice. Originally, the ultimate objective of the ethnic cleansing parasite project was the identification of not only languages, but of actual cultures. Language is deeply connected to ethnicity, but many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups, and confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser parasites were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups, or parasites using cows as their intermediate host would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission. It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasite originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexia parasite. The left temporal parietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of the English language. They wished to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is in the left middle frontal gyrus, meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, the literacy would be unaffected. Old and new, east and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do.
Ya'at-e. You disappoint me. Have you forgotten my face?
Leave me be.
You won't respond to anyone else, so I figured it must be me you wanted to see. But now you won't even look at me.
Have I not suffered enough?
Not until you've eased my suffering first. To tell you the truth, old man, I'm in a bit of a bind. It's about your children. You know what I mean? The parasites. The ones that infect a man's throat, killing him if he speaks their language.
They must not be allowed to multiply.
You are allowed to live only in order to help me. But you don't want to, do you? So why not choose death instead? Because you want to protect the Diné and their land from me. That's your purpose, isn't it? Don't lose sight of that now. It's in your interest to cooperate. Because if you don't...
Madness.
The parasites can't detect your people's tongue. So I'll just have to resort to more heavy-handed means. I have the greatest respect for your people. I would rather avoid such a thing, but we don't always get our way. I was born a tiny mote in a mighty tempest, and until those winds abate, all I can choose is how to act when they blow me this way or that. Tell me, Code Talker, what happens to a man infected with a pair of your parasites? Can they be removed? Can the full-blown symptoms be prevented?
It is impossible to remove the parasites alone. They have too close an affinity with humans.
Then how do you stop the symptoms from developing? All right. I was hoping for an answer now, but perhaps you just need a little more time. I'll be back soon. I've set up shop, not far from here. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other.
If you're close by, then it is almost complete.
We're in the final phases. All that's left is to see if I can actually disable a nuke, with the help of your metallic archaea. Once that's done, I won't have to return here again, and your suffering will end, as will your people's. We're almost finished, Code Talker, each in our own way.
My only regret will be not finishing you.
There's nothing stopping you. I'm only alive because you want me that way.
Ridiculous.
As you wish. My regret is this misunderstanding between us. You and I, our goal is the same. We should be working together. A symbiosis.
You do not know my mind. I simply want the Diné bloodline to endure.
Really now? You're just another mote in the storm. How you react to all the slings and arrows, that's what counts. That's why you call those squirming monsters your children.
What I have done is forbidden. Forgive me, all of you.
The world should be left the way it is. You of all men should know that. Forgive me, but my schedule has changed. The time for grace and good manners has now run out.
Please. Torture will not work on me. Surely you know this.
Oh, I have no intention of getting rough with you. You haven't been beaten. Your hands aren't even tied. Just like me, you live in symbiosis with countless parasites. What wounds I might inflict, they'll patch right up. You might feel considerable pain, but I've no doubt you can withstand it.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I have a soldier standing outside. Nothing special about him, except that he always obeys. I have given him one instruction. Whenever I ring this bell, he passes on a message for me. That message is simply, go.
What is this?
After that, though, it gets complicated. The message will arrive at a room. A little bigger than this one. Nothing special. Some of your people are in this room, surrounded by my men.
Enough of this.
They pick them at random. No regard for age, gender. In that, I suppose, they're different from you. Not as discriminating. They tied them up, one by one. Blindfolded them. We had to maintain order, you understand?
You bastard.
Go. When they hear that, my men will pick one of your people and infect them with a parasite. Your parasite.
It won't work on my people.
True. The vocal cord parasite doesn't respond to your language. But what about English?
An English strain. It exists.
A ring of this bell, and they infect one person. If that person abandons the Navajo language, the English strain will trigger symptoms.
You monster.
So, it's quite simple. Every time I ring the bell, another of your people is infected.
Don't do this.
I don't want to do this. I'd rather not have to ring the bell, which is why I'm hoping you will talk to me.
What do you want? What else could you possibly want?
You know the answer to that. How to prevent the symptoms caused by the parasite.
You cannot control it like some slave. Forget the idea.
Forget it. Unlikely.
I will never tell you. What have you done?
You made me do that.
You black-hearted...
Settle down.
Don't use it again.
Well, that is up to you. All you need to do is tell me what I want. How to prevent the vocal cord parasite's symptoms.
Why? Why do you need to know?
The adult soldiers at Wale Amasa are all dead.
What?
The parasite traveled downstream.
How?
It would appear that he was involved. Another demon who woke up from 9 years of slumber. As a result, the vocal cord parasite spread through the village.
I told you this would happen.
It was an unfortunate accident. He is becoming an annoyance. He may stumble upon the truth sooner or later, but I suppose that is really of no consequence. One day, he too will pay for what he has done.
Black Anna. The real demon is you.
You know, this incident made me realize something. You are right. I should have acted with more humility. These creatures cannot be controlled. All the more reason I require a means to stop them.
There is no such way.
Oh, really?
Wait! Don't ring it again.
It is up to you. Out with it!
I see now. There must be more to it than that.
What?
They are in you. You use this land to breed more of my children. And not just here. No. In pursuit of your ethnic cleansers. You sifted through many language strains. Finding hosts. Breeding more and more. You would have been infected in the process. Infected with countless strains. Most likely your mother tongues as well. Romania, Northern Transylvania. You found that one too. Yes, the Hungarian strain. That responds to the CK's dialect.
Silence!
Black Anna. It is you who shall pay.
Is this your retaliation, old man?
Let my people go, and never bother them again. You heard me. What now? What? No! What are you doing?
I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me. Meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me. But that suits me fine. If need be, I myself can produce whatever strain is needed.
And that means nothing to you. If you are infected, you can never again speak your mother tongue. Otherwise you will die. As will every one of your countrymen.
A few words here and there won't trigger the symptoms. And besides, the time is not yet right to show this face in my homeland. Not until my revenge is complete. Now...
Stop!
We're out of time. I have to get going. Well...
No! Radiation. It's radiation.
Radiation. Of course. So it can be used.
But how much? I do not know.
Radiation denatures their reproductive cells, preventing them from mating.
Same principle as the sterilization technique. The reproductive cells are more sensitive to radiation than the rest of the body. But I have not tested it. There is no telling what mutation could result, or how the host may be affected. Not to mention what could happen if this is done post-infection.
I don't care. This plan goes into action now. As long as it works, the details can wait. You wouldn't be lying to me, of course, old man.
I can guarantee nothing.
I owe you my life. My body has been burned on countless occasions, but it survives, thanks to your children. That is why I trust you.
Then do not repeat my mistake.
What's that?
In the West, it is said that the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In the East, it is said the man of flesh brings spiritual power to words. The people knew back then that these creatures carry the gospel. They do not belong in our hands. They must not be touched.
How enlightening. I'll remember that. Consider this my thanks.
What are you? Catch. No!
Well then, I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker.
Huh? There is no soldier.
Huh. Now where did he run off to?
Huh?
Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought.
There never was any soldier.
So long.
You! How dare you!
And Skullface must have had his mask off for that one, because he wasn't as stupid in this tape. Almost back to being as effective as he was in Grim's Ears. Weird. Well, burgers.
I hope you bought a better hamburger this time, Kazuhira.
Right. Well,
The last one was lacking in every way. The patty was too thin, the bun too dry, and the lettuce days old at best.
hey, that was 100% all beef patty, and no shortening in the bun either.
Nature's blessings, unadulterated, in hamburger form. Is that it? But when taste falls short, so does our gratitude to nature. Making such precious blessings unpalatable is sacrilege.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I should have known better than to settle for second best. That's why I had him run some more R&D, develop a new burger. In fact, one of our researchers just dropped by with the latest results. Here it is. See how you like this?
We shall see indeed. I thank you for this bounty, Mother Earth.
So, what's the verdict?
Not bad.
And?
But it does not hold a candle to what I ate back home.
Everyone's a critic. Damn it. I was sure the Kobe beef, but maybe we didn't have enough. If we had any more, we're cutting into our profits.
Profits?
We'll be taking a loss on every unit.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, anyway, I'll be back with another round of product.
I will be waiting. Did you say product?
Holy shit, the tapes are done. Let's do some more important side ops. Oh shit. Eli's challenge. Wow, something's happening on Mother Base? Hold on, this can't be right. Let's go take a look here. Hey, it's that survive music. Yeah, I guess so, Dr. Gray. It must have. Let's take a look. So everybody knows that there's nothing on Mother Base, but what little there is it going to be accurate? What's this?
That container's filled with raw materials. Looks like they're using those colored bands on the outside to tell the contents apart. Whatever's in them, they'll come in handy somehow for Diamond Dogs.
Ah, yes. They are using color bands. Better take it for Diamond Dogs. Okay. What else do we have here?
An AA gun. An AA gun. If you can destroy it, that'll punch a big hole in their air defenses.
Ah, yes. Their air defenses. Clearly. And what else do we have here?
Captured an enemy vehicle.
Oh.
Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicles you've extracted airdropped in. You can also let members of the combat unit use them on dispatch missions.
Holy shit, guys, I'm starting to think this might be an enemy base. Holy shit. Oh my god, where are they? What a fucking joke this game is. Steal your vehicle, destroy your anti-air defenses, and steal your resources. Okay. Good job. Good attention to detail. Fucking embarrassing, man. Well. I should have guessed he would keep going that way. Okay. Where is the little shit? fuck him? Stun grenades. Okay. Good ending. That delay on it. Holy shit. Roll. Didn't seem to do much. Get back here, you little shit. Just reprogrammed the AI, or reused the AI here. And then off he goes to the air duct vent system. Not entirely sure where his living quarters are supposed to be, but that's where he goes. Let me just walk into this dead end real quick. Right here.
Brad finally accepted that he lost. Hopefully now
That's Eli's quarters. He's in there. No wonder he hates Big Boss. Okay. Enemy resources, enemy anti-air emplacement, enemy vehicle. Thanks, Fox Engine. Clearly that's an enemy. The enemy shower. Okay, let's leave his nonsense.
Roger. This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Yes, Pequod, get me out of this enemy base, please. The AI pod with the boss's voice and lines, even though Strangelove says that they modified it to be Zira's will. Okay. And when these lines are playing, your tape controls are fucked up. You can't rewind things. If you try to rewind tape, it starts over automatically instead. That's an enemy base. Did we make the FAP emblem? I know I've been slacking off at it. I've been fapping. Let's see. Maybe when we have another tape to listen to. Maybe during the Strangelove tape or something. Okay, let's see. Rehashed mission, filler mission. It is time for more side ops. Wandering Mother Base soldiers of Walla Yamusa. The reason that the bridges connecting the platforms and Mother Base are so long is because their game can't render shit. Otherwise, it's a big loading screen when you go from one to the other. Because if they were all close together, you wouldn't be able. The game is not able to render all the people on it. Yep, like we were seeing earlier. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, fight. D-horse face. Yeah, you can't render more than 12 people in this game. Even if they wanted to make the facilities and Mother Base look somewhat alive, they literally wouldn't be able to. What I think will happen with the IP. I don't know, remakes upon remakes. Maybe. Ah, yes, it has nothing to do with the engine, I'm sure. Re-releases, remasters are cut down in content every time with shit controls and missing licensed content. And maybe remakes. I think they said they wanna, if people want them, they'll make more remakes. Of course, the MGS3 remake is probably gonna sell well. All those people going, fuck Konami, fuck Konami. Oh, what? You're remaking MGS3? Never mind, take my money. Slow engine. Okay. At least it will be some new meme material, what can I say? Ah, fuck, I forgot to... Maybe we can...
Quiet.
That probably still counts.
Quiet.
Bondage level.
Quiet. Quiet.
Don't you fucking dare start humming. Quiet.
Quiet. Quiet.
Okay, now that we're done with this, see, quiet, I really need you to scout this outpost. Get the fuck out. Guys, dead in the middle, of course. Just send her away. And there he is.
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Okay, Blade survived and got the bad ending. Oh, something's happening.
He's coming too. Roger that. Code Talker examined everyone here, and one of us is infected. It's quiet. It was our cutting-edge MRI that finally revealed it. But we don't know what language strain it is. Get back to base. Time for her to talk. You know the room number. 101.
More like 404. Room not found. Doesn't exist anywhere. But 1984 references. You ready to talk? We can't let her talk. Ocelot within 10 seconds. Chabinsky, thanks for the 12 months, man. Or Dynamo from Peace Walker do not deserve this. They even ruined the Dynamo, man. That's just sad. Does it look the same as Battle Gear's hangar? I wouldn't be surprised. There's only one indoor room. And it's also where they interrogate... Well, it's definitely where they interrogate Eli as well.
Still living up to her name.
How about you drop the act? Who infected you with a parasite?
We can't let her talk. Put it back.
All I want to name. That won't trigger anything. Tell me. Tell me! Your lungs have been barbecued. There's traces of rubbing alcohol in your alveoli. This was found adhered to your lungs, intact. A petal. White Star of Bethlehem. The hospital. Skullface sent you to Cyprus to kill Snake. You were burned inside and out. That should have been the end of it. But, all things considered, you look pretty damn healthy to me. We have Skullface to thank for that, right?
I was the only one capable of applying them to parasite therapy. Until he stole them from me.
Why are you here? Did Skullface send you? Or did you have your own score to settle with the boss? Refreshing? Salt water.
No! You'll die!
His life isn't yours to take. Enough.
That's enough. If she wanted to kill the boss, he'd already be dead. Same goes for us. She's had plenty of chances. She can talk. She's not here to kill anyone. You're wasting your time. It doesn't matter why she's here. She works for you now. She's in love with the legend.
What makes you so sure?
I was the same way once.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? For you? Go on all day.
Boss.
Let her go. She won't speak, so she can't spread the infection.
Nabegetten Tisch? Nicht nagetten Tee.
Oh.
Idiki plak anat e.
Oh. Ako kode dziś desni.
Dne bezad.
Elagana Gesnita Tatobe Yasteta Asetota Dodo Nishita Dodo Nishita
Good thing Code Talker's not around later. Okay. So this is room 101?
We've received some new job offers.
Sure is.
Details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been...
Let me in! It's my base, assholes!
But it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel teams are looking for them as we speak.
Okay.
I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids.
Shut the fuck up. I don't fucking get it. Clearly they modeled the room. Why can't you... So if this is it, and the back of it gets destroyed... No, it doesn't make any sense. Is it here that they look at Sahelanthropus flying off in the distance? No. And besides, when the back of the room gets destroyed by a Sahelanthropus, it's not like it reflects anywhere in Mother Base.
Got time for a mock battle, boss?
Shut up. I don't know. Let's check. Fuck, wrong button. No, it just doesn't make any sense. The hole in the wall is nowhere to be seen. The room doesn't have the right shape or location. It just doesn't exist. Okay. Behold, the only indoor area, Mother Base. And it's fucking empty.
Snake.
Hey. This is the only fucking thing. It's battle gear that's not actually in the game. Unbelievable. And Huey shitposting in the chat, trying to convince people that this game is good. And it's like, shit, never mind. Does it look the same? Holy shit, it is the same. There's the glass that they see through during the interrogation, and this is the thing that gets blown open. So much for... Yep, it has the glass and the hatch or whatever in the back. The Huey file is here too. Yeah, with the crane and all the soldiers standing up here. The crane that moves the AI pod. Unbelievable. They make it look a lot bigger in the Huey trial cutscene of it. So all the rooms are a copy-paste of this one. Why am I not surprised? gift that never stops giving. Of course we can't. How did Huey even get there? Seriously, is that his prison cell? Oh, they move all the shit? Okay. Sure. Unbelievable. Yeah, save on time. Ah, this game. Okay. We must hide Huey's presence from the staff, or they'll want his head. But let's put a little cute picture of him here. So this would be the thing that gets blown open, and then, yeah, here is when Sahelanthropus is flying around in the cutscene. That makes more sense. But when they interrogate Eli and that happens, it's in the other room that we're just out of on the command platform. Okay. There's just no logic to it. Okay. Why am I not surprised?
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
So that's why, even though they model those rooms for interrogations and shit and cutscenes, you can't visit them. Because then you would notice that it's the same fucking room. Okay. Thumbnail time, let's go. Hey, look.
The mission list.
Apes.
We've received some new job offers.
New job offers? Are you sure, Kaz?
Some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped.
Because these fucking job offers look pretty fucking old to me. There's only one new thing, and that's all rehash missions.
Side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids.
Okay.
I'll try to find out what happened.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange.
Who? Where?
It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why?
Okay.
Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone, and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle, is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell,
Don't worry, he's right here.
Much about our operation.
Chico's right here, Kaz. Don't worry.
I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Alright, let's go. Important side ops. Yeah, sure. I guess it kind of. Yeah, sure. Why not? I don't really give a shit. It's just, yeah. Fuck, I forgot to bring... Wait, do I have... Nope. Fuck. Ah, you useless piece of shit. Okay. Can't ride her to the mission area.
Quiet. Quiet.
Is that how this works? I was not informed of this. It must be all the parasites.
Quiet. Quiet.
Okay, now fuck off. Go scout out this outpost. See, it's really important. Bye. Quiet. Yeah, granted. Well, too bad we don't have the horse.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized...
Here we go. Develop a child-sized Fulton device. 5 times. Not needed. What is the truck doing? Backing up? You never know. Make me war like that. Shut up.
A whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
Making me war like that. No, we're not gonna develop it. It would take longer than it takes to do these missions anyway. Take that too. Wait, why did I... Oh my god. Why did I load the checkpoint? That's done. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well,
she's definitely not gonna do it yet.
all the escapees were especially close to Eli.
You need more bondage level.
Suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
Which one is this one? Oh, okay. We need to pick up a couple tapes here. Which Ocelot? There's like 3 or 4 Ocelots in this game. Only explanation. Hey, Strategy, and thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, they really fucked up the whole good cop, bad cop routine with Ocelot and Kaz. Now Kaz is salty, so Ocelot has to be the good cop. Okay. Okay, so we want a little something here, a little something there. What the fuck? Sure, somehow she got there.
Quiet.
Quiet.
Quiet. Quiet.
Oh, if you upgrade the iDroid, you can place more markers. In fact, we should do that. So with 4 letters, so we can meme some more. We can spell things.
Quiet.
Why not Japanese truth tapes? Which way are we going? I'm gonna go for that one first. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. No. Come on. Hold on. I know what we can do here. Okay. Don't mind me, guys. Just quick errand. There we go. I'll be on my way.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract
Yes,
those
yes.
kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
That. Pick the fucking kid up. Fat. Actually, I'll take this.
Boss.
Okay. Hold on, we need some thumbnail material for Twitch. Imagine if the log actually worked.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next to be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
It's the shit fap ruins. This one. Of course. They tried to make the player use the children's Fulton here, but whoops. Which tower is it?
A whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
Be careful down there, boss.
Why would you try to legitimize this game with that?
Locate and secure them. Boss, if we develop a child-sized full...
Blah blah blah.
We'll be
Okay.
able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Quiet. 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 Quiet.
Okay. Now get the fuck away from here. Yes, go explore over there. We'll be right behind you. 4 kilometers away. There's like, what the fuck is going on? Back here. Stupid ass force reflex. Thanks, slope engine. Mission complete, and how? Anyway. See, the thing here is you can't climb back down with the kid on your back. So how are we supposed to get him down here? Clearly we need to Fulton him from here. There is no other way. How else can you get the kid down? Oh, I sure hope the developers didn't forget to put all damage into the key for programming. And whoop. Fall damage? What's that? Imagine finishing the game before releasing it. I forgot about the other bear. Let's see how he feels today.
Okay, subject is in.
Hello. Oh, you don't... I know, man. I know. It's hard being in this game. I wish they programmed an AI for you too. It is tough being a Fox Engine asset. The bear just wants nothing to do with this shit. The bear. Good AI though. I gotta say, I'm impressed. No, leave me alone. I should try that in real life. Punch a bear in the ass, see what happens. Just Fox Engine things. What the fuck is that? Or bears, like, just like, leave me alone. Imagine being a Fox Engine bear, living in the desert, just completely devoid of life and intelligence. It's tough, man. Only you could put C4 on him. Oh. It's alright. Konami Assassins. Uh-oh. I think they heard me. Now they froze the game loading. Okay. We gave that bear a better life. He's in a better game now. Okay. Oops. We have 3 tapes. Oh, it's music tapes. That's right. We'll have to revisit Eli.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. Blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this, the explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't gonna kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli...
He needs some very special care.
You mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting...
I'm afraid so, Bob. Yes. Let's see. More. This one's... Oh, another... This one's the precise kiefering. And then running off in the desert. I guess we'll bring quiet though, so... we'll have to do with the car. Same shit. Again, Miller will remind us that we do not have the children, Fulton. Whatever shall I do? To Fulton this kid. fan.
Size Fulton recovery device. You'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
UCM.
Shut bounce off.
Let's see. Now we're some fine keyfering. We can. Let's see. This is a little difficult, actually. Nice. And here we are.
Whole lot of trouble they put us through.
Fallen Sleuth, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Holy shit. I really wish I had D-Horse now. But I can't Fulton this kid. Oh no. No children Fulton. How are we gonna get him out? What is going on over there? Oh, they're shooting a decoy. I'm not. What shall I do? I should really learn exactly where it is from here. Might take a while on foot. Big Medic's Crazy Adventures.
Great job. All right, we'll bring him out.
Thanks, Fox Engine. No children Fulton, by the way. Okay.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages. They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
All right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Boss, they're just kids. We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like. That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. But before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible. Boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell what he's thinking. All we know for sure is his men are important to him. That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you've brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same. Boss, go get that last kid.
Can't wait to see where this goes. Certainly the storyline is finished. Here we go. The cursed floating head place. Hey, holy TV, but it's 75 months. Thank you. Let's bring this. Let's see, after this, the pads thing, and I guess Quiet's bullshit, and then somewhere in between there, we'll get the ending, if you can call it that. Probably develop this. I like how you don't need the blueprint to develop the first one, but the second one. How does that work? I don't know, whatever. Shit, we could actually maybe do this. If, wait, no. Yes. Just R&D to 38. And we could do this. Ah, that's not bad. Okay. Without even Fultoning people. I bet if I go to the pachinko menu, we can do it, no problem.
Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order.
Yes.
If you need it.
Thanks for moving the camera. Holy shit. That's bad. Okay. This is a very important mission. Go scout the exact other end of the map. Fuck off. Some political fiction right here. You've been politically fictionalized. Shut the fuck up. I could probably write a book on this game's nonsense madness. Oops.
Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
The Phantom Brass. Wait, I see it. I see it. Don't disappear. There we go. They're all empty, even though I only fired 2. There's no rim, of course. And there is no firing pinstrike on the primer. Of course. Now you might think I'm asking too much of a video game. Right, because to see the firing strike, the firing pinstrike on the primers, it would take something advanced like a PS2 game. You know? Okay. I was just wondering about that. I don't give a shit how much you think this is nitpicking. The other games do it better. Therefore, it's relevant. Okay. It's a downgrade. Holy shit, JJ, I'm just what? Thank you for the 20 months. How does one dance Snake Eater? Ah, I was shooting the gun wrong. Now I get it.
Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine
Again?
platform.
Another one?
It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
Oh my god.
No radioactive material is leaked, so the
Why did
contamination
I
won't
let that
spread.
play?
We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
Alright, if we just go to my pachinko menu real quick here, hit the lever. Much GMP. Parasite suit. I can't believe we're actually really close to being able to develop the multi-rocket launcher without even bothering to Fulton anybody. maybe 3Dog did Fulton some people. Hey, active Keepers. Unlike the real one, the decoys actually learn to talk. Okay. So maybe we will. Yeah, I'll bet you we can move people in there. Wait. I hate these fucking controls, man. Okay, alright. What do you want? There you go. Of course, in this game, once you move people in a different team, meet the requirement level, start the development, then you can move them right back where they were, even though your team level goes down. If you already started the development, it doesn't fucking matter. In Peace Walker, the development gets interrupted, of course, if you do that. Just, you know, details. Oh wow, I can make a bunch of extra shit. I want to say maybe 3Dog has been Fultoning people. So you just move all your shit in one place, start development, and then move it to another place, and develop something else. Working as intended. Oh, water pistol. We have to show that glitch too. Of course, it's glitched. And nothing really too interesting here. Oh, the mines might be useful. Oh, fuck, of course, can't develop anymore. And the rocket launcher, well, we gotta wait for this one, but then we'll be able to do this one, which is kind of rare, actually, that I have that much shit. This one's an online item. Does not compute. Okay. GMP. Okay. I guess the Eli interrogation doesn't happen until you do this, or maybe it's probably one mission away. Okay, let's go do some random shit.
Boss, we need you to get back a film canister one of our informants hid in the field. He was working under my orders to investigate the extraordinaries that showed up in Cyprus. The man on fire and the floating boy that keeps showing up where they're not welcome. Apparently they were the subjects of some top-secret research conducted by the Kremlin. Unfortunately, that meant our informant drew the attention of the KGB's Directorate S, and they took him out before we could make contact. The good news is he placed a report in a film canister and hid it somewhere in Spookmate Keep. Just before he died, he transmitted VI of the hiding place to us, but the data was cut off partway through. The image is far from clear, but it might provide the clue you need. We'll be analyzing the data further to try to clear it up, but for now, get to Spookmate Keep. The KGB have already dispatched a Spetsnaz squad to retrieve that film canister and cover the whole thing up. Boss, there's no time to waste. Head to Spookmate Keep and use the VI as a clue to find and retrieve that target. Why was Sahelanthropus mobile? How are the man on fire and that kid connected to Skullface's plan? If we can just get that report, we can blow it all wide open. Then we can shake off the last remnants of Skullface and the phantoms he left behind.
Someone else went on a cool mission off in some enemy base, found some proof, some document, some characters maybe that talked about it. Found all the background on Mantis and stuff, and we only get to pick up the tape about it. Well, you think you can go through that mission? Nah, there's no memory left for it. Imagine. Okay. Hey JJ, if you can do that, then all the better. Thank you. Let's should we bring quiet? I guess it doesn't fucking matter. This is going to be a stealth mission with a tank. Because honestly, I don't give a fuck about this mission. It's so bad that someone else out there went on a mission. Conveniently, we have everything on the tape that I will read to you, or documents that I will read, microfilm, whatever the fuck, documents. Let me read it to you.
Retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film
before we do anything though.
It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
These guys are coming here. I think through there. Fucking quiet is gonna get in the way. No. I wonder, can I just... No, you are not required for this. Quiet. Fuck off. Fuck off. Just leave. DD's still here. Okay, I think they're coming from over there. So if we just leave my tank here, nothing is gonna happen, right? It takes like an hour to stop. Okay. Oh, they're coming.
Look for terrain that matches the VI. The target has to be hidden there.
Usually I do this with the armored vehicles, but whatever. They may actually notice it. Who knows? You never know with this game. I think they'll notice now. Maybe. Okay, they noticed it. Good job. That was the good outcome, believe it or not, for the game. That's what they're programmed to do. I think it's gonna go a little differently now. It's better to do this with armored vehicles, which are longer, but okay. Ah. Sure. Let's go. Good game. Imagine taking this shit seriously, man. Okay. Let's see where this thing is. Not here, is it? That's unfortunate. Yes, yes. Cool story, bro. Just as Kojima intended. New breed of stealth. Amazing. Alright, let's do this nonsense. I was gonna say this shit. This shit. There's Liza Marion Barangami Zoil. Oh wait, I need to start the development of this shit now. Cool, we can have this for, fuck. 1 minute. Now, do you guys think that this bar can update in real time by looking at it? Because it takes 1 minute or less. That would be too technologically advanced for the Fox engine and Phantom Pain. This bar will never update until I quit the menu. Completed. And then look at it again. We were only a few seconds off. That's too much to ask, man. What do you think, this is a fun game? Ooh, now we can have this one for Quiet's bullshit mission. Oh man, we could even have this one if I just put a couple more people in there. But grade 5, that's gonna take like about an hour to develop. We'll see if it's ready by then. And then another 36 minutes here. 47, we could do that. We could do that easily because it's not even full right now. Okay, we're gonna go. Shit, I fucking hate these controls. If we just empty the R&D team, we have 145 slots for it. Well, 144 because Huey's stuck there. Now we go to all staff, sort by R&D. And we pick the top 144. So that's the highest we can get right now. 44. Damn. Whatever shall I do? Some of these people are C ranks in R&D. Oh no. Clearly I must go out in the field and Fulton some people as the game intended, right? Nope. How about some human trafficking from the menu? Buy people. Let's buy 10 S rank people. Now it's 47. Alright, cool. Don't even have to do any more staff management.
We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad, then Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The Third Boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world. triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching it. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the third boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the third boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the man on fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighters Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus, making it do whatever Skullface wanted. Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the man on fire via the third boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Surat power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the man on fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing short of extraordinary. The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Volgin and Skullface. The third boy has probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kick-started the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower, due north of the Black Sea, 125 miles east of Kiev. Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up. The plane was enveloped in flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors, at least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgin was comatose. There, Volgin's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgin became the man on fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgin from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgin. Volgin, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well. But without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by anger, malice, revenge. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the man on fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications, like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke, or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall, experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War. The boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery under other people's wills. Turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. Eventually, the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
What anger emanating from Big Medic is a fucking potato. Okay.
Feeling hungry, old timer?
Old timer. I do not get hungry, no. But you have a new hamburger?
Well, you guessed it. And this time we used lamb.
Lamb?
You're not a lamb kind of guy?
A hamburger is made of beef. Who ever heard of a hamburger without beef?
Yeah, but we gotta stay fresh, stand out from our competition.
You're what?
Just give it a try.
If you say so. Not bad. But I cannot call this a hamburger.
I thought we were onto something this time. Maybe the problem is that it looks like a regular hamburger. Gotta think outside the box. Too much baggage if they come in expecting just another burger. Let's see, cotton candy? To make it look like a sheep? Yeah.
Just a minute. You really think people would eat that? What is it you are planning? Are you using me? A taste tester? A one-man focus group?
Well, actually, I've already started. I got a place called, Miller's Maxi Buns.
You are kidding me.
Well, to be honest, business hasn't been great. No one seems to like my, buns.
The Ocelot said Diamond Dog's budget did not add up. But you don't mean to tell me.
What? No. Our black budget's got it all covered. I'm not embezzling GMP or anything. Still, let's not say anything to Snake, okay?
Very well. However, Kazuhira, it takes more than premium ingredients and a clever recipe to satisfy the palate.
Okay, so what do we do?
The palate seeks one thing. Chemical additives.
Chemical additives?
There is nothing mysterious or spiritual about good flavor. The tongue simply identifies specific amino acids, which the brain then recognizes as appealing. Therefore, all that is needed is to chemically isolate those amino acids and incorporate them into your products. To be clear, I speak of flavor. The rest is irrelevant.
That seems a little extreme.
Do not forget that I am a scientist after all. And using science for the benefit of others is a joy. In seeking coexistence with nature's blessings, not everything can remain in its natural form. When we fall ill, we must be treated. Otherwise, that very nature could cost us our lives. Agriculture is one of nature's many blessings. But through that process, we damage the surrounding vegetation.
Yeah. Whether it's a massive farm or a tiny field, we always leave our mark on the land.
The same is true of parasites. And for food preparation. If tapeworms in the raw meat of another animal enter the human body, they roam around trying to find their usual habitat. Sometimes even eating away at the brain in their confusion. So in looking through a scientific point of view, you see the necessity for processing food. Yes, it is also sometimes necessary to eliminate certain parasites, or selectively use or even modify others. Alternatively, we could say that if a man is part of nature, the work he does is also part of it. What is important is the balance.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, old-timer. You really opened my eyes. I fooled myself into thinking people today wanted high-quality, all-natural goods. But my favorite burgers were never about that. What they want is something like the first burger I had in America when I went to meet my dad. A Frankenburger loaded with additives. That's the America I knew and loved. I'll be back in a jiffy, old-timer. My next burger's gonna knock your socks off.
Kazuhira, wait. What is important is how we balance the... quick for a one-legged man. Frankenburger. What kind of a dive did your old man take you to?
This has got to be a food analogy for the game. When Kaz runs off before he can learn about the balance between story and gameplay. You think people would really play that? An open world Metal Gear game? But I cannot call this a Metal Gear game. Okay. Oh. Okay, time to get praised for destroying my own vehicles. Let's go.
The CFA are gearing up for a large-scale attack against Angola's MPLA government. They're assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport and will be ready to move soon. We've been contracted by the MPLA to put a stop to them. But the civil war will keep burning on, whether we accept this job or not. Another East-West proxy war with the communist MPLA on one side and the capitalist-funded CFA on the other. An endless seesaw of blood and violence played out in the hands of the superpowers. I had my doubts at first, but I think we should take this job. Skullface is gone, but Cypher still remains. Competition with rival PFs will only get more intense. For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
What war? There's nothing going on in the world, but okay, sure. Maybe this time I will bring the sniper rifle. Would have been useful last time. Clear the airport. CLC. Don't really need anything else. Come on, guys. I know you're being sarcastic, but there's people who take that shit seriously. I'm quite confused about people who walk into a stream and ask if it's live, but okay. And then there's always somebody who jokingly says, no, it's not live. And then people take it seriously, and inevitably there's at least one person who believes it.
Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for
And
the
then
contract
it is all in
details.
your head.
Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Maybe you're in a 9-year coma. Hooked up to a pachinko machine. Learn all about Big Maddox's exploits. Yeah. Maybe, actually, I don't even need to blow him up, I think. If we simply Fox engine, boss fight, slope engine through here. This guy. Ah, fuck.
Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
So he stops for a second. Yeah, we didn't need the supplies. Now we get the next one.
Nice work. Keep it up. You gotta extract him.
After some more Hiaing. Well, there's a whole lot of nonsense and a whole lot of nothing going on in this game that we need to show, so it's probably a 25-30 hour slog. Okay, so after this, the magic words come.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
So when Kaz says the magic words, nice work, boss. Targets are almost history. From now on, if we destroy anything, including one of my vehicles, let's bring a car, shall we? Good game. Yep. This year will be the first MGS Con. If it goes well, there'll be another one next year, I would imagine. Okay, let me see what car this is. What does it say? Okay, I dare say this is my car. Let's see what happens. Actually, let's use grenades. Here we go.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
What was that, Kaz? What? I'm not sure. I knew there was something about Kaz. Good game. You think that maybe we should add a check for that line to play, whether the vehicle destroyed is a friendly vehicle or not? Here we go again.
Nice work, boss. Lost history.
Yeah. Okay. Where did I get the truck for the nonsense I was doing last time? Is there a truck around here? I don't think I brought my own, did I? Maybe I should. This guy's still coming this way. Oh, the other tank, that's right.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front.
Yes.
Head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Is there a truck here? But this guy always gets a little too happy. You excited to see me? Shit. Fuck. Here we go. Ah. I messed up the first throw, so that's what we get now. No wrecked tank. Oh well. Never mind.
Just one target left. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Did I really bring my own truck for this last time? Shit, I only have one. Trucks are rare because we have to use them for all sorts of nonsense. So that happens. We could go blow up the helicopter right now, but there's a heliport. See you there. Now we're gonna have to relearn this, but it'll be worth it.
Boss, get down. The enemy's sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Ah shit, I guess the sniper rifle is not a good idea unless it's suppressed. Now it's gonna fuck with the helicopter's path now. Maybe from here? Shit, what am I doing?
Your job is to wipe them out. Just one target left.
I'm not sure this is a good idea or not. Maybe not. Especially if these guys start radioing in. Yeah, no. We'll just... No sniper rifle.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Just one target left.
Shit, that truck is kind of fire. Shit. Here we go. Let's wait until he calms down. That should actually give me more time though, so we might be okay. Just fuck off. Fuck. Probably wouldn't want to do this without helicopter noticing. Let's get the fuck down here. One day. Just fuck off. Finally, holy shit. Okay, let's wait for him to do his thing. This is just a bad spot, man. The truck should not have gone that far. Unfortunate. Or I could have waited a little bit more for him to turn. Well, fug. Okay.
An armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
I need to hard stop somewhere. One of these poles maybe, or the railing. There we go.
Just one target left. Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
Yes.
Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Hopefully he doesn't notice this time. Built the thief. Fuck! Close. Huh? Why'd you just hit me? Almost had him. Almost. Oh, that.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Just one target left.
Here we go again. Fuck! That was so close, man. The helicopters. Okay, turning. Sure, why not?
Armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
One more attempt.
Just one target left.
Ah, shit. Bad miss. It should be obvious what the goal is.
Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Oh, nice. We can start the development of the Grade 5 one.
One target left.
This guy's annoying to get. Oh, you asshole! He's really annoying to get.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Is to wipe them out.
Fuck. Alright. Grade 6. We could do it, but an hour is 12 minutes.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Just one target left.
Fuck. That was a bad idea, getting that guy. Now he's gonna fuck with the helicopter, probably. Yeah. Let's see if they still land. Oh, we're way too late. Yeah, no, fuck that guy in the distance. Yeah, no. Riparinos. His attempt. The helicopter was like, nope, not today. Yeah, I shouldn't fuck with that guy all the way there.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Just one target left.
Yes, I'm very busy playing the game wrong right now, as you can see. Okay, let's check. Come on, man. We have to be more with this. Okay, so this line has to be kind of in between. Okay. The chopper just gives up on life, yes. A hint. Clearly. What we need.
Just one target left. Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
He actually shot.
Stay low and crawl along the ground.
He actually fired.
Should enable you to sneak past enemies.
But nobody cared. Shoot him in the PP. Maybe. Yes! Ah, fuck! Of course. Backing up means that you can hit whatever's on the truck. Of course. He was already shaking his fist there. Also, I should probably... Also, if I look away, he might teleport away from it. Well, we'll have to see.
Just one target left.
Unless he starts going the other side, which sometimes he does pull that shit. He gets out of the other side of the helicopter. I think I got it now, but after that, it's... Oof, I don't know. We'll have to see. Get in, loser. Oh, come on. Yes, like that. Wait, this doesn't look right. That can't be right. And then he alerts. Shit, the helicopter. Can I leave him here, or is he gonna teleport? Ah, he fucking teleports. Lame. And what's the fucking point? Oh well. Fuck it. Might as well use this one then. I'm not entirely sure what the point of that is. That guy isn't even a target. He's probably a mission task. Oh well. Actually. Where the fuck did he appear from? Okay. Instant horse. Ah, fuck, no grenades. Okay.
We can't let them follow you. Throw off the enemies on your tail first. Alright, the coast is clear. Mission
Really? That's outside the hot zone? Okay. Sure.
Mission complete, boss.
I have no fucking idea, dude. Maybe if you bought them online, or if you can you get vehicles from FOBs?
The mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
So does it tell you that this is room 101 too? And so the big fucking hole in the back is instantly repaired. It's the same fucking room. Yeah, it's room 101.
I told you.
Command platform.
Father's not here.
Sure.
They're back. Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges.
Like that's the door. Yeah. Now if there's even the fucking ladder there, man.
Did you really think it would be that easy?
They just moved everything out of Huey's room.
You'll get your boys back. They'll even see the boss too. First, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick then?
Not quite. Militia warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance.
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
So this is the command platform. And the room is where we've seen it is. There's a big fucking hole in the back now. It's all in Big Medic's mind, clearly. Because that's nowhere to be seen. Also, they fixed this room in time for Hero's trial, but even faster than that. They fix it in time for when the gameplay loads, right after this. Okay.
I'm not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
But then when they go out here, where are they looking? Off in the distance. It's below. Okay, so it's below. It's below the bridges. It just looks like the outside of Huey's room. Yeah, it literally just tells you it's the command platform, but... Let's see what the wall looks like. If they even show it, probably not.
Really an accident. Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along.
Oh shit. No, okay.
Bidding farewell to the world.
Where? That doesn't make any fucking sense, man. Don't worry, the rest of the game with this will be out soon, any day now. This is just a demo. So, room 101. Now they put you there instead of here. And the back of it, because there's the two doors. No, it's 101. I don't fucking know. It doesn't make any sense. Unless he smashes through this as well? No? They were down here. Oh, there you go. So, was this under construction already? It might have been. Because there's under construction signs all over the base already. Shit, I should have checked it before. Then... Nah. Trying to make sense of this shit. Oh, I already saved. It's not garbage? Yeah, right. I guess it makes no fucking sense, because if this is the... No, not even. If this is the door to it, then... How the fuck do they end up out there when they go out below? Fuck it, I refuse to understand. As if Mother Base would have shit. Hey, but the cranes are hard to work.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Crane operator pretending to work.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
You guys are fucking blind and deaf, I guess. Because it said command platform in the cutscene. And I have read it out loud, and guess what? This is the only command platform we have. Okay. And the other cutscene that happens in room 101, supposedly, after it ends, it puts you right out here in front of the door. So, yeah, whatever. As we know, it's fucking tiny because it's a copy and paste of Huey's lab. The only indoor location. Okay. Look at Chode Talker there. They just troll you with characters that you cannot go interact with.
About Eli hijacking Sahelanthropus.
6 fucking tapes.
It was Emmerich. He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure. Easily.
It wouldn't work.
Well, I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work. It...
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in. It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim, and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around. Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us.
We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream science yet, but the concepts and procedures are sound. Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him I did a double take, but it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone, though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first. Skullface. Real name unknown. Born in Hungary, more specifically northern Transylvania, after it reverted to Hungary from Romania. While he was young, the country allied with Germany as part of the Axis powers, but later during the war, it came under Soviet occupation. The Hungarians struggled for independence, but the Soviets came down hard. Just like he said, time and again, the country was ruled by a foreign tongue. When he was a young boy, he lost his native language, the bedrock for any developing child. His country, his family, his face, his identity, everything was stolen from him. All he had left was his skull. Skullface first tried his hand at espionage during all the chaos from the war. Agents, military officials, and soldiers who operated out of Hungary during the war vanished over the course of several months. This Soviet spy hunt rocked the counter-intel world. Mysterious fatal illnesses, accidental deaths, drownings, people having strokes behind closed doors. Just like Stalin, no one knew who was behind it. But all you need to do was look for who had the motive. They were all taken out by a man without a face. And now we've got an idea of how he did it too. He'd gotten revenge for his people, but he wasn't finished. Skullface defected to the West, eventually ended up with the SAS. That's where he met Zero. It's possible he began planning this whole thing back then. It's hard to say. In any case, Zero made him his XO. He always did have a thing for oddballs. But this one was set to lead a unit no one else would know about. When Zero created Fox, he also formed XOF as a support team. An unconventional special forces unit designed to support Fox, make it stronger, with Skullface given the orders. Zero never even told the boss about it, nor the CIA, naturally. If Fox was Zero's silver bullet, XOF was the recoil when he pulled the trigger, just like Newton's third law. While you were with Fox, Skullface was operating behind the scenes, sometimes as your backup, sometimes as a mole or a scout, sometimes as your cleanup crew. Fox's tail, making sure the mission succeeded and that you survived. We only have his word to go on, but Skullface's goal was revenge against those who'd use language to subjugate people. Those corrupting a people's identity by forcing a new tongue on them. Those using the power of language to control information. Naturally, that set his sights on Zero. To Zero, English was simply the most convenient code. But to Skullface, English was a parasite. And by eradicating it, he'd stop the world from being eaten away. If that didn't work, he was ready to see the world scorched by nuclear fire. To save language, culture, and race from annihilation, he was willing to overstep the hands of the doomsday clock. That is, of course, if you believe anything he had to say.
Skullface is going around picking up Snake's turds and MGs3. Understandable.
You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him.
I guess they got a message to him somehow.
Eli wasn't put in a corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world.
Then how'd he find out?
There's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena.
Psi?
Things like psychokinesis and ESP, extrasensory perception.
You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what card somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West.
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through non-verbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, psi research isn't some hocus